Alrighty, let's do a quick mic check. Make sure everything sounds okay. All right, awesome. Everything seems to sound okay, at least on my end. Welcome, everybody, to the third. Guess I probably should have put the third in the title, but welcome to the third Portrait Artist of the Year Paintalong. How is everybody doing? I hope everyone's doing well. I guess I should put a link. Actually, no, I'm not going to put a link in the description. I'll just leave it in the Discord. So people can go to the Discord and find the photos there. Alrighty. Welcome, everybody. Thanks, camera. I appreciate that. There we go. Works now, sort of. How's everybody doing today? Hope everyone's having a great day. I'm excited for this. It's going to be fun once we actually get it started. And I calm down for a minute. I've had the most frustrating technology morning ever. But yeah, trying to get everything ready, and I got almost everything ready. So yeah. Hey, Cassandra, good to see you. So for anyone who doesn't know, I'm going to just state this in the beginning so people can, who come in can understand what's going on if they're not familiar. We're doing Portrait Artist of the Year Paintalong. So Portrait Artist of the Year is a TV show, a British painting competition show. They have 4 hours to do a portrait. It's a fun show. I really like it. And I wish I could be on it, but it's only for British people. So we're doing a version of ourselves where we're just doing a paint along, pretending we're on the show. It's not a competition though. It is for fun. I encourage all viewers now and in the future watching the VOD to participate. It's a lot of fun. And I think it's very beneficial for an artist too, to kind of, practice painting fast occasionally. Not saying it's always the way to go, but sometimes it's good. Other than that, I have references. We are doing the three actors or actresses that are from the show. I think it's episode. Let's see. I wrote it down for everybody. It is. Let's see. It's from. Like I said, there are links in the Discord, so join the Discord. It's from season 8, episode 4. And I'll be honest, I do not know these people. They're all British. So it's singer-songwriter Celeste, actor Lydia West, and journalist and author, broadcaster All-Star Campbell. I think I'm painting Celeste. I think that's her name. Like I said, all the information is in the Discord, so join in the Discord and you can find all this information there. And I already grabbed screenshots and, spent the time going through that for everybody. I'm going to be doing a smaller painting than past years, or not past years, past events. I'm doing a 9 by 12 instead of, I think one time I did a 12 by 12 and one time I did a 12 by 16. So going a little smaller today. Cassandra says Celeste and Celeste's hair. Yes. Yeah, she has big hair. Really pretty. We'll see. Very challenging hair to paint. Curly hair, you know, anything that isn't just flat, just like a sheet of, hair is complicated. But yeah. And then midway through, if people upload photos, we will be showing off where people are at in the painting process and so on. And I'm giving it like a couple minutes right now just to let people come in, because it is a timed event. So once I start painting, I'm going to put 4 hours kind of thing. Actually, I'm going to take a minute and see if I can get a, what's it called? Oh my God. A stop clock thing on the screen. I didn't do that last year. I always say year. It's last time. It was like 2 months ago, not a year ago. 2 months ago. Anyways, let me see if I can do that real quick. If it's easy, I'll add it. If it's complicated, I will not. So let's see. Timer. So it is, we'll do 4 hours. Let's see. No, that didn't work. Okay. Des says I'm here but sick, so I'm relaxing. Hey, no worries, Des. Totally understandable if you're not feeling well. That's awful. It sucks. I'm so sorry to hear that. Um, yeah, that just sucks. All right, let's add, um, that was not what I wanted to do. Thanks for outing me. Cancel. 1 second, everybody. That I did not appreciate at all. Um, 1 second. I mean, it's not a big deal because it's just like photos that I've, was working on, but yeah, that was not cool. All right. Okay, let's explore. No, I don't. Why would I want to? Yeah, okay, this will not work. It won't. That's great. It won't capture my clock app. That's, yeah, that's dumb. Okay. So absolutely no way of showing my yeah, I can't show my clock app for some reason. So I cannot add a timer, which I forgot to figure out how to do earlier. Oh well. Oh well. Sorry everybody. I tried, but I could not add a timer. So Des is blaming her daughter for giving her COVID. That sucks. That she gave you COVID. Daniel says, alas, yeah. Um, yeah, no, I could not. It will not capture that at all. Absolutely refuses to. Yeah, that sucks. Anyways, okay. So that's not working. Oh well. That was the one thing I absolutely forgot about. I had thought about it originally, and then in the last day when I was getting ready, completely skipped my mind, or slipped my mind rather. All right. Alrighty. Well, we'll wait 3 more minutes, and then I guess start the timer. Even though you guys won't be able to see the timer, I will keep you all updated as it goes on. Sandra says, I mean, today sounds like a technical nightmare anyway, so expected it to behave as fool's errands, I guess. Yeah. Um, yeah, no, today was a technical nightmare where like the simplest things in the world did not work. Like the absolute easiest things did not function. It was driving me nuts this morning. I was losing my mind. Just so you understand, I was trying to post about this in on social media to let everyone know. It took me, I'd say, at least 35 minutes just to make a single post that was already ready. It was just for technical reasons that I couldn't post. Like everything was ready. I didn't have to write it out. I didn't have to think. For technical reasons, it took me over 35 minutes to post. Oh, Cassandra, full is what got modded. Alrighty. Okay, then let's start the clock. All right, I'm hitting the clock so that we can get started. Now, like always, you know, this isn't the freaking show. There's a bit of looseness to it. I'm gonna try and hit 4 hours exactly, but you know how it goes. Alrighty. Oh, Ike is here on, and so is Julie. Awesome. Welcome. They're over in YouTube chat. Hi, Ike. How you doing? Julie, how are you? For the record, I started the clock, so 4 hours minus a minute to get going on the Portrait Artist of the Year if you're participating. Of course, you know, this isn't we're just trying to keep adhere to the spirit of it. This is not a competition or live show, obviously, so TV show, so hmm, some flexibility there. If everyone's working from home, if you need to take a large break, it is what it is. Doing okay, thank you. Awesome. How are you doing, Julie? Welcome. Ready. um So I'm gonna start blocking in the figure. If anyone has questions, a lot of the information, well, not all, I guess all the information is in the Discord, but yeah. Uh, Ike says, I can't paint, so I will just draw. Drawing is welcome. Really, all mediums are welcome. If you want to work digitally, traditionally, doesn't matter. Want to do drawings, sketches, collage, all of that stuff is fine. You're good, thanks. Cheering you for tonight. Oh, thank you. But yeah, and all skill levels are welcome. This is a friendly thing. All right, so I'm gonna start painting the background first because it's such an easy color to figure out. So I will do that, and that will define, that will give me like my envelope of everything. I posted the image I'll be working on from on the Discord, but I also gave everyone options, so you don't have to do exactly what I'm doing if you don't want to. Um, you know, I figure there's some people might not want to paint the same thing I'm painting. Hey, Alex, welcome. Won't be able to do this until I get home. What's the pic? Sorry if you've already shown. I haven't shown it on the channel. It's in the Discord, along with a lot of other references that you can pick from. Julie says, I haven't done oil painting in 2 months because my kid was back from uni and I gave her the room. Well, gotta do what you gotta do as a parent. Understandable. However, like I said, you can do all mediums are welcome, even digital. So if you want to bust out an iPad, or like I'm saying, it's all up for grabs. But now I'm getting the space back. Glad to hear that. And that says, yay, glad to see everyone here. Yeah, Alex. I just had a kid too, Julie. I do sketches during his naps, and I do one painting a week composed of said sketches. So only way I have time. Oh, okay. Oh, congratulations on the kid. Um, you know, sounds like it's recent, so congratulations. It's definitely a challenging thing to go through. There's podcasts I used to listen to. I don't know if they're even still make episodes. It's been a while since I've checked. A lot of podcasts I used to listen to got uh, stopped stopped producing things. But she used to interview a lot of artists, and specifically, she liked to interview women and you know parents because she had just had a kid. So yeah, being an artist and being a parent is very challenging. Um, Being a parent in general is very challenging. So you know. Uh, it comes with a lot of obviously responsibilities and sacrifices. So it's you know um, Understandable. Um, let's see. Julie says, no, away until the next holidays. She's getting older, so holidays will be tough. Touch and go once she's graduated. Got it. And Michelle is saying, we have cats. Liad has to play daily with Dresden, otherwise he gets bored. Yeah, he goes insane if I don't play with him. He literally will walk around the house and like meow at uh closed doors. Like he loses his mind. I didn't realize I was out of blue so much. I thought I had way more in there. Gonna have to put more out. So the surface I'm working on is ABS plastic, and in the beginning, when I first put out paint, it's very grabby, which is can be a little frustrating. I'm trying to figure out how to deal with that. If it's whether it's just more paint or more oil or I don't know. I'm figuring it out. So we'll see. But yeah, it can have a bit of tooth to it in the beginning, and then later it gets really smooth and nice. I mean, it's really smooth and nice now, but it just has like I said, it just has some grab to it that I find a little frustrating. Um, but yeah. All right. So I'm just trying to lay in big shapes now. Let's see. Julie says, yeah, a parent and or pet parent is basically the same responsibility. I know. It's what I'm telling my third when he asks for a pet. Let's wait a bit. Yeah. I don't know that I'd put them side by side. Well, I'm not a parent, so I don't know, but I would imagine that being a parent to a person is more work, is harder. I would assume, um, in many ways. Um, but you know, like I said, I don't have the experience, but I can imagine that being the case for numerous reasons. For one, I like just teaching them, or trying to help them deal with like school and stuff like that. Like cats, cats are real dumb. They don't learn much, so you just kind of let them be. Can't really train them to do much. They're just kind of there in that sense. Plus, you don't have to, generally speaking, worry too much about what you're watching on TV or anything like that, because like they don't, you know, it doesn't matter if you watch something that's violent or has bad words in it or whatever. They don't care. But that's not 100% true because sometimes you know, like I can't watch cat videos around Dresden because if he hears the other cats, he gets scared. So that's not 100% true, but close enough. Cassandra says, sketch done, migrating to easel. Oh, wow, you beat me on the sketch time, huh? All right, fair enough, fair enough. So yeah, she has big, big hair. So I'm just trying to get that in there. It's a pencil sketch. It's tiny, lol. Fair enough. Julie says, I had 3 cats, 4 rats, 2 hamsters, and then I had 3 kids. So after you had the kids, who did you feed to who to lower the numbers? Just kidding, of course. But yeah, scaredy cat. Yeah, Dresden, he's such a sweetheart, but he for a long time he was scared of the cat in my monitor, which, as I've said many times, was him. He saw himself in my monitor and was scared of the cat in the monitor. Like I said, he's not very bright. Um, yeah. Hey, Lost Pixel, welcome. How you doing? Good to see you. We're doing Portrait Artist of the Year Paintalong. I don't know if you're joining us, but we're down to 3 hours and 48 minutes. I tried to put a clock on screen. It did not work. So no clock on screen, but I will continuously update people on where we're at time-wise. Um, Justin is a sweet boy. He's very gentle and has the best personality. He's also very dumb. Yeah, he is. Lost Pixel says working on DVR bridge GPU right now. Okay. Don't quite understand what that means, but that's cool. You're welcome to explain it to me if you feel like trying to. Julie says, haha, I was tempted sometimes. I actually decided to stop getting rats because I was scared that the kids might hurt them. They are fragile creatures. Yeah, no, I get that. Um, the lucky thing about rats as pets, I guess, is they have short lifespans. So the advantage and disadvantage of having them as pets, I suppose. The GUI graphics user interface for the DVR scan to DaVinci Bridge. Oh, I see. Awesome. That's fantastic. Uh, very glad to hear that. Lost Pixel. Lost Pixel is helping me with something for, what's it called? For automating like video editing a bit. So that's very helpful. Thank you. Been so busy, haven't been able to work on it before today. Hey, no worries. I've actually been able to kind of streamline it and figure it all out. I can use the command prompt stuff pretty, not well, but like I copy paste everything into place. So it works. I've figured it out. Uh, Julie says, yeah, they broke my heart, those cuties. Oh, the rat's dying. Yeah. Des says, I've had pet rats over the years and they're great but fragile. Yeah. Um, and Michelle's saying we have rats in the yard, or at least we used to. True. We have a community cat that has stayed in our patio and we have encountered her meals a few times. Yeah. Yeah, she's been hunting and eating in our backyard, which, you know, is an issue. Like yeah, I don't know. We want the cat to have a safe space, but we also want the birds to have a safe space, and the birds do not now. This is a balance you have to get right. The space they have and they're social, so they need more than one. The food is important, etc. Yeah. Okay, so something to remember when doing Portrait Artist of the Year, Paintalong, or if you ever get on the show, if anyone here can, um, the background is not always the most important. Uh, Same with what they're wearing. Sometimes it's enough just to kind of indicate it, and that's enough. Um, Lost Pixel, I also finally figured out how to dial in the on DVR scan, how to change like the um what's it called? Like how sensitive it is to movement. I think I finally dialed that in too. So yeah, I'm starting to get things going. Oh, and what's it called? DaVinci Resolved. DaVinci Resolve released an update, and it's better at recapturing the like reassigning the videos. So even though when I first put in the videos from the EDL, it doesn't know where they are, I can point it in the right direction and it finds the videos now, which is a huge improvement. So yeah, things are starting to kind of gel. So hopefully, for everyone who doesn't understand what I'm talking about, totally understandable that you wouldn't. But what this all means is hopefully I will start coming. Well, I'm going to bank videos first, but then hopefully it means I'll actually start producing videos that I will have banked and have ready to publish. Yeah, the goal is to have at least one done by the end of this coming week. Like I said, it's probably not going to get published right away, but starting the process. Okay, I think I'm getting the yellow on our skin right, but definitely not the like warm colors that she has to her skin, but we'll get that in a minute. And then um, I will be doing my brayer technique, and I will be um, going to the computer and doing that like my normal technique, just fast because, yeah, time is an issue today. Alrighty. Yay, brayer, yeah. Yes, brayer now. Wait, not yet. First, more white in the background. Needs to be lighter. Last Pixel says I'm going to test the GUI and get the rest of the features set up, to make the EDLs over most of today and tomorrow. Okay. Oh, there is one thing I wanted to mention to you, because I wasn't sure about this. Wanted to check with you. Um, so I know you did multiple frame rates. There's one frame rate, or rather, there's a few frame rates that are like they're like, instead of 24 frames a second, it's like 23.97. And then there's also one for like, instead of 30, it's like 29 point something like that. I didn't know if I didn't know if you just rounded up for those ones, or what. I just wanted to check with you. I try not to use those, but it's like on the, in case older files have that for some reason or something, or if someone else wants to use it and, eventually, and they have that weird frame rate. I just thought I'd mention it. I don't know why those frame rates even exist. I'm sure there's some historical reason for it. But yeah, like legacy. When I say historical, I mean legacy reason for it, right? I just thought I'd mention it in case. Okay, now that that is a bit lighter, I will do the brayer. Okay, and for people who don't know why I'm using the brayer, there's quite a few reasons I like to use the brayer. Um, I like the messiness of it. I like to introduce um, artifacts that I can hopefully keep in the painting throughout the process. And even if I don't keep them in the painting throughout the process, they can inform decisions that I may not make had I not had those things there. Another thing is it helps spread the paint into any of the gaps if I accidentally left gaps. It's not as noticeable working off of a dark um, substrate like this one, but you know, it's still a thing. And then it also pushes the paint down, so any impasto that I didn't necessarily want, it helps with, especially because this is one of the earlier layers. Um, and because I don't, what's it called? Because I don't tone my canvas, this is a way of like toning my canvas in a way. So yeah. So those are some of the reasons I like to use the brayer. It's not a mandatory thing. Trust me, you can totally paint without it. I have painted without it many times. Um, but yeah, I like it. All right, so now I'm just going to take a photo real quick. And fingers crossed, technology all works, which like it has not worked today, but we'll see. Because what I'm going to do is transfer this to the computer, and then I'm going to overlay my photo and my reference. And that way, instead of gridding or projecting, I do this instead as a way of, you know, making sure I get things in the right place. So that's the process. I don't have it set up so that you can see me do it on screen. I apologize. Sort of. I'm afraid I'll make a mistake and show something I'm not supposed to, so I just don't do that. By the way, everyone who's drawing or painting, how's it going today? How's it going so far? I understand we are just 25 minutes into it, so, you know, if you don't have, you know, it's early, so I understand if you don't know or don't have any progress or anything. But as you do go through and you take breaks or whatever, take photos and upload it to the Discord so I can share it on the Discord, on the stream, because that I can do, that I have set up. So um, any program, any photo editing program can do what I'm doing right now, but I will maybe make a tutorial on how to do specifically the way I do this one in the near future, I think, just so people can see kind of what I'm doing. Because one of the things I do that's a little different than most people is I I use what's it called? Oh my God. I use a filter on my reference photo to help me see where everything is supposed to go a little better. So I use a filter called glowing edges in Photoshop. Sometimes it's called like find edges. Depends on the program. Um, and I overlay that as a way of being able to see where all the edges of everything are. It's a little easier for me to see, to visualize than if I did, what's it called? Just a, 50% overlay kind of thing. Yeah. Alrighty. Um, oh, okay. That's an old comment. Sorry. Took me a second. Lost Pixel says, holy cow, I hit the character limit. Well, that's not good. Cassandra says, what is the panel you gave me prepped with? Um, it is prepped with golden fluid medium, matte medium. Why do you ask? Do you like it? Do you hate it? Lost Pixel says, yeah, it was done for sake of being able to convert between different frame rates and the like. Opiate failed to send. Okay. The whole thing converts the input frames and reconverts it specific frames, but is done by tracking the next steps. Okay. Okay. Got it. Cassandra says, thank you. Just curious about to put down paint. I got it. French fries, welcome. We're doing another Portrait Artist of the Year. Yes, Paintalong. Yes, we are. All the information is in the Discord. Yes, we are. We are 30 minutes in already, so 3 hours and 30 minutes. There's a link to a Google's Google Doc folder, and there's a lot of different options there for what's it called? For images if you want. Yeah. Lost Pixel, thanks for explaining that to me. It's complicated. I'll have to like double look at it, but I understand it's the audio. Yeah. I think I understand what you're talking about. I don't know that I have the brain capacity for it at the moment too much because I have to try and get this painting done fast. So we'll see. Um, I thought I had enough blue, but I don't. So I'm gonna put out some more while I'm at it. Lost Pixel says, and it uses a mass formula. Oh, geez. Okay. Yeah, all good. Thanks, man. And thank you for doing that for me. I appreciate it. What you're doing is very, very helpful. I really do appreciate it. And I'm sure it's going to help a lot of other people too, not just me. And Trey says, I'm excited. This will be my first paint along using oils. I'll post in the Discord when I'm done. Oh, awesome. Fantastic. Yeah, definitely post in the Discord when you're done. And, midway in I'd say in an hour and a half, if you can post, that way I can share progress through the stream. But obviously, if you don't want to, you don't have to. Just in a general, trying to kind of do the show. So I'm going to try and take a break and be like, here's what everyone's doing, kind of thing. Alrighty. So I went a little overboard on the hair, which is fine. Her hair is a lot of fun and big. So, you know, no, not a big deal to go a little overboard on the hair. Also, at the edges of hair, you do want to have a bit of a soft edge, and painting back and forth into it is a really good way of doing that. Um, so, yeah. And I don't, obviously, I also don't want to spend too much time on the hair, given that it's, the portrait's kind of more important here. And also something someone once mentioned to me, not to me specifically, but someone I overheard talking, when talking about hair, is like, no one knows exactly how big someone's hair is. Like if it's a bit big, bit small, generally larger is better because, you know, um, if it gets smaller, it can go into the head, but if it gets larger, no one knows. Like, okay, so your hair was poofy that day, you had more hair, whatever. No one really cares or knows, but um, faces and stuff like that, people are very, very good at seeing changes or minute things on. So yeah. Alrighty. So I'm gonna start. Let's see. Cassandra says, I've been looking forward to this since last time. So excited to see what everyone does. Yeah. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. I think this is I think it's really fun. I like sharing. I like seeing what everybody does. Um, and like I said, I also think it's really beneficial, to practice these things occasionally. So, so yeah. So right now, I'm just kind of sketching in placement for things. Very rough placement, or very minimal placement, rather, not rough, but minimal. I'm using quinacridone rose. It's one of my favorites to use for sketching in. Usually, and I say usually because I found a situation where it's not good, but usually it's a really good paint to use for this. It mixes very well with most things. It's not too overpowering unless you're going in with plain white, in which case it is overpowering. Um, but yeah, and people tend to have warm colors in their skin, so especially for anything living, it's a good option. I mean, it might not be the best option if you're, painting a zombie. Well, actually, zombies have a lot of red on them too, But, I don't know, a computer monster or something. I don't know. Trying to think of something. Julie says, I'm only sketching and will be painting this week. No worries, but I have my head tilt right, I think, which is usually a struggle for me. Ted Hill head tilts, yeah, are difficult for sure, and they can really mess you up, mess up your portrait, and mess up the drawing and everything. It's a very common pitfall that people fall into. Um, yeah, very, very common. So totally understandable. At least they are good. At least if they are good at being zombies. Oh, there's blood. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. That's only for like real zombies, like movie zombies. If you want real zombies, like, World of Warcraft players or something, then you have to go more with an orangey, dusty look. And, usually a pale, cold complexion works best. Guy says, wait, are you singling us out? Oh, not at all. It applies to all gamers. And I am joking. I've I played I'm an Elden Ring player, so I have I have nothing to I have no ground to speak on or to stand on really. Cassandra says, "What have I done to hurt you?" Des says, "I prefer the purple rot tone of the undead." Fair enough. It's just joking. I knew that I have a bunch of WoW players in here. That's why there, Michelle's also a WoW player, so uh yeah, Goldberg does sound like an Elden Ring character. Uh if only. If only it was that cool of a name. And they have a character in the DLC, um, Egon. Even if you don't play the game, you can look up his voice acting. Oh my God, he's playing the character as what is it, Ahab from Moby Dick, and he just the voice acting is so good. He just goes for it. Just, I mean, spoilers if you're going to play the game, like don't go looking this up. But if you're not, oh, so fun. He just goes for it. Such a fun character, such a fun voice actor. You did such a good job in that. Alrighty. There we go. All right, let's see. This says I canceled my subscription to WoW. If I play anything, I might go back to Star Wars or Old Republic, but then I won't get any painting done, so I shouldn't. Fair enough. Um, yeah, I don't know. I get that. Yeah, it's hard sometimes, you know. Playing games is a lot of fun. I recently played another Crab's Treasures or something like that. It's fun. I haven't finished it yet. I'm like at the last bit. Alrighty. I'll be honest, I don't know if I'm making good time or not, but we'll see. We shall see. Oh no, the chat's devolving into WoW talk. French Fries says, I spent 2 months playing Elden Ring, hardly even painting. I felt so guilty afterwards. I get that. I try not to let it affect my painting. Like I try and do it only when I absolutely know that I can't, like when I need a break, when I have to take a break, when I'm too tired or just, or I've gotten a lot done throughout the day. We'll see. I started this new thing. This is very much a personal thing, so whatever. I'm bad at like creating. I'm bad at creating, lists and to do like I do that. I try and create like to do lists and be productive and everything. Um, you know, and I always fail at keeping a planner. It's just one of those things that like doesn't work for me very well. But all that aside, um, I started, and we'll see if I can keep up with it, but I started keeping a track of like uh, what I've done during the day. Not like a list of what I need to do, but like after the fact, what have I done? As I go throughout the day, I try and catalog everything I would do. Even things like, cleaning up the kitchen, which honestly Michelle just did, I did not do, but you know, uh, cooking dinner, taking out the trash, just everything I do throughout the day. Because I don't remember everything I do throughout the day. And so then when I look back, I'm like, oh, I got nothing done today. I was so unproductive. But when I keep track of everything I do, I'm like, oh, I've been very productive. I wasn't very productive in some of the things I wanted to be. And that can, it's just trying to put things in perspective. Personally, is something I need. No, I don't think everybody needs that. It's more a me thing. But yeah. Cassandra says, the stream is young. I don't, not sure what you mean by that. Like, as far as like making good time? True. I'm confident I'll have mostly a painting done by the end of the time limit, you know? I try and give myself a little bit of leniency in the sense of like I am trying to get it done, but also like, I know that I'm also streaming and that slows me down quite a bit, so it's like, okay, don't be too hard on yourself. French Fry says, where can I see all your old paintings? I see them populate in the bottom corner and I want a better look. My Instagram and my website are the best places. Not everything is on my website. I'm trying to upload and add more, add things to my website as I go, as I can. But yeah, my Instagram and my website are the two best places. Cassandra says, yeah, about your time. Yeah, yeah. So hair, um, generally speaking, even if it's like black hair, and I mean like black is in color, like dark black, usually there's some warmth in it. Now that doesn't apply to all hair, of course. There are people that have that like raven hair where it's like there's no warmth in it, so it appears more blue. I don't think it's actually any blue in it. I think it's just that it's so lacking in any warmth that it appears cool in contrast. But generally speaking, hair has some warmth to it. However, I'm putting kind of a purpley color into her hair, into the shadows, because the background's all purpley. Um, and so I want to have like bounced light, coming in a bit. I think it looks good. And I will warm up the edges and I will warm up other areas and the highlights will be warm, which will make you know, which will make the hair, um, what's the word I'm looking for? Feel warmer once I put that in. So I don't usually put in a lot of detail in the eyes early on anymore. I used to, but now I don't. So I'm just kind of roughly putting in the eyes just as a placement, you know? I will come back and the eyes will be more towards the end as far as like detailing them out. Melinda, welcome. Where are the reference pics? Thanks. Yeah, reference pics. Here, let me. They're in the Discord. But here, let me copy the link and share it. Everything's in the Discord, but here are the reference photos. Um, and then let's see. Can I copy image link? Copy link. I'm using this image. This is the, oh, I can't share the image. The link has too many characters. Oh well. It's in the Discord. I shared it. Yeah. There's a ton of it. There's a bunch of images that you can use. So you have options. Julie says, thanks. I'm off and we'll be participating a bit late, but we'll try have a great evening, everyone. Hey, Julie, no worries. And it's totally open to do after the fact. Just please tag me once you do share it. If you don't share it in the Discord and you share it online, please tag me so I can see it because I'd love to see what everybody does. You know, in this event, I really enjoy it. So please do tag me so I can see it. So when it comes to eyebrows, it's worth remembering that there's, um, obviously the skin right underneath it. Sometimes it's better to paint it as a dark version of the skin and then go in at the end with a darker color or a stronger hair color, whatever that might be, and then paint that on top. Mostly this affects darker hair, but it does apply to blonde hair as well, depending. Although sometimes they just don't have eyebrows. It kind of depends. Linda says, I love that show. Some really talented artists compete. Absolutely. I haven't seen the new season anywhere yet. Anyone else? I mean, it depends what you mean by the new season. If you mean like this year's season, I don't think yeah. But they have up to season 9 on what's it called? On Amazon Prime. So you can watch those. If you have Amazon Prime, obviously. So it's interesting because the panel I'm working on is a black panel. So as I put down the paints in the beginning, they tend to be on the darker side. So it's definitely something I have to kind of be like, okay, I have to really um, consciously pump up the light colors to make sure that I get to the brightness I want, or the lightness, the values I want. Um, Says they have up to season 10 on YouTube, but they are very strict with their TV station. I can't even use my VPN to watch. Yeah. I mean, not all of season 10, some of it. Yeah. No, they're really dicks about it, honestly. Because it's like you can't even if you wanted to subscribe to like Sky News Sky Arts Online to watch it, you can't. You can't even subscribe to their online thing to watch it. Um, you have to have a UK what's it called like TV subscription in addition to their online subscription to watch it online. Like you have to have a verified account. Uh, that says yeah, TV package. Yeah, it's infuriating when companies do this because it's like okay, I will I like your show. I will sit through commercials to watch it. Oh, you're not going to let me watch it. Okay, I will subscribe to your service to watch it. Oh, you're not going to let me do that either. Okay. Because like why? Why not let us like if you're subscribing, are you not watching like I would assume you're not really watching the commercials then, so why would it matter? I don't understand the thought process here. Like I'm sure it's because they want to be able to sell it to other markets and blah blah blah. I'm sure that's why. But then if that's the argument, then just do that already. Like, you know, but don't make it so hard that like people just can't watch it. Because it wasn't even on Amazon Prime for like the longest time. So for the longest time, there was just no way of watching this show if you weren't in the UK. Des says I used to be able to find it to download on pirate sites, but they don't have it anymore. Yeah, which is a good thing because you wouldn't download a car, right? So we don't want people to steal. That would be bad and wrong. That's kind of my point, right? Like if they don't give you an option, what are people going to do? It's like, okay, here's something you want to watch, and there's no way of for you to watch it. What are your options? I'm willing to give you my money. I'm willing to give you my attention, which is equivalent of giving you money, right? You're not willing to take either. So what am I supposed to do? The funny thing is too, it's like I know people like have all kinds of views on piracy, but like overall, generally speaking, I am actually against it, right? Like I've had people steal my stuff in the past. I've had people take my drawings and sell them. Um, you know, so I've had that happen to me. So I'm like, generally speaking, obviously, I'm not a fan of people stealing from people. I'm not saying that you are. I'm just saying like pirating has, but it does get complicated because it's like, well, okay, but if you're not giving me an option to view your thing, what is supposed to happen then? I'm just okay, I guess I'm not supposed to watch it. That's the idea. Like, well, if that's your kind of how you're working and your opinion, well, that doesn't, who's going to care about what you think then? Also, there are certain things I've pirated in the past when I was a kid, and those either those companies or those bands have totally made a ton of money off of me because I pirated those things. It just took a long time. But had I not, I probably would have used like either not discovered them or gone with something else. So really it's not as simple as a lot of people want to make it sound to be. But yeah, that's it. We don't need to get into the discussion. Um This is, and another thing, I'm not trying to make money off of it. I'm just consuming it. No, I get that. Absolutely. By the way, there's 2 hours and 56 minutes left. There's some bands who I discovered because I pirated music back in the day, and I would never have become a fan of theirs had I not done that. And I've gone to their concerts and everything. So, you know, I mean, now obviously the music landscape's so different, but back in the day, yeah. So I'm going to try. So the one thing I don't like about Portrait Artist of the Year, I think they do a terrible job of lighting the models. I understand that's probably because they have people sitting from all sides and it's for TV, so they're lighting them for TV, not for painting. But I absolutely hate how they light their models. Um, like I said, I know it's partially because they're trying to make it flattering lighting because they're actors and so on. I know that's part of it, But yeah, so um, uh, what I was about to say and totally kind of lost it was so yes, so I hate the way that they light it. So I'm going to try and take the lighting that's there and really push it um, to make it, a better painting as much as I can. I didn't edit that into my reference. I'm just going to try and do it. That says, yeah, the lighting needs to be fixed. The dude was so washed out. Yeah. Well, they're trying to reduce the wrinkles and everything. They're trying to make them look good. They're actors or broadcasters or whatever, just whatever they are. And they want to always look as good as possible, which I understand, but it's not good you know, for a painting. It's just not. And that is something if you look at like commission portraits for like important people, that is one thing you'll notice. The lighting is not like usually the best for a painting because they're trying to make them look good. Um, so the lighting is often very, very flat on those. There was actually an earlier episode. It's one that we did a paint along with, where they had a model, an older model. Uh, she had been a model for like a very long time, but she's older, and I felt like they did her dirty in that because um, they zoomed in so close on her face sometimes and stuff, and she had some hairs and stuff sticking out in places where you probably don't want to, and so on. And it was just like, oh man, I understand why they're zooming in so close to show to show them, but at the same time, either tell her or don't do that. That says, yeah, her eyes were sunken in quite a bit with a bad makeup job. Yeah, her eyes were very sunken in. She's old. She was like, I forget how old she was, but she's an, like she is an elderly woman. She is not, just like she's not like in her 50s. She was like I think in her 70s or something, right? And those are all like normal, you know, like normal aging markers and everything, but um the makeup didn't help. The makeup actually, definitely made it worse. And then the like so close in, and it's just like, okay, guys, take a step back. You a little bit. Come on. And in fact, I don't know that I've seen them do that since then either. Maybe I just don't notice it, but yeah. So like I said, I'm trying to push the lighting a bit. So, but I don't want to overdo it on the like bagginess of her eyes and stuff. You know, I am trying to make her not make her look bad, of course. So there's a difference between trying not to make her look bad and trying to make her look good. Obviously, those are two different things, but I am trying to push this lighting, which means blending and softening the shadows and like merging them a bit more than it actually is. But that is one way of doing that. So I definitely like her shoulders and her outfit are very low priority for me. I know some people like to do that, or it's important. Very, very low priority. If I can like indicate it and just get away with that, I will absolutely just do that and not worry about it too much. But yeah, I also don't want to lose some of this. You know, she has a really good facial structure. I don't want to lose all of that either. Very challenging to do. I wish their lighting was so much better. Okay, it's starting to come together. We're at the 2 hour, we have 2 hours and 44 minutes left. We're still not at the halfway point, which is nice. So her hair, because it's so dark and it's curly, a lot of the color that she has on the light areas is very like cut in with the, you know, all like there's a lot of shadows as you see through it. But I will go in with with a big brush and put in some of the like bigger, like to brighten it up, because I'm definitely not going to have time to go in and do every curl, you know? So I'm going to put in like a general lightness, and then I'll go in with like highlights at some point. And also darks. But I generally, for stuff like this, going in with highlights is better than going in with darks after the fact. Like, don't get me wrong, I will, but limited. It's better to have to have the dark be underneath the lights. And I'm going to soften up those edges a little bit too. Alrighty. I was going to wait, but I think I was planning on waiting, but I don't think I will. I'm just going to take a photo of this real quick and check my placement again. So just going to do the exact same thing I did earlier, where I just like overlay the two. Um, yeah, because I just want to make sure that I'm not building on something that is very flawed. Like I've said, in case I said before, but in case someone isn't familiar, what I'm doing is in the computer, I'm overlaying my reference and the photo I just took of my painting. It's very similar to using a grid method or using what's it called? A projector, something like that. It's same concept. Um, so yeah. I don't know if anyone's seen this, but some people have these like transparent physical grids that they put up in front of whatever it is they're painting and in front of their own painting so they can see it like uh on like see through it to reality so they can use the grid method without taking a photo. Um which is interesting. I don't know how well it works on people and on models because they move, but if it works, it works. Yeah, pretty good. Some things got pushed around a little bit, which I'm glad I took the photo so I can adjust those things. Excuse me while I eat a little snack too. Anyone wants to see like traditional portraits and stuff like that, for like officials and stuff like that, Obviously, there's all the like presidential portraits. Um, the British portrait National Portrait Gallery might have a website. I didn't even think about that until recently. Um, but also, there's I think Portraits Inc. They they have you know, very traditional like portraits for, you know, all kinds of people there. But if you go look at the, especially the men and women there, not like the kids or families, you'll see very, you know, very traditional looking portraits of people, you know, sometimes in their business outfits and everything. All right, so some of this is a little off. So let me go in and fix some of this. Trying to see where everything is with this technique that I use. Sometimes some things show up really well, other things are very hard to see. So it's not a perfect system. And I just discovered a problem that I used to not have, which is I can't see the marks I'm making in the shadows because uh, the canvas underneath it, oh, not canvas, but the substrate is black. That's funny. All right, I'm gonna have to use quinacridone rose. I literally can't see what I'm doing right now. Alrighty. Cassandra, by the way, how are you liking the panel you are painting on so far? Cassandra, as far as I know, is still painting on a panel I gave her to try out. So, but she is painting in acrylics, so it might be very different. I don't know. So far, so good, Cassandra says. Nice. All right. Yeah, I hate painting on like really rough surfaces. Um, and I also hate painting on very absorbent surfaces. That was one of the things that really helped my art once I figured out like better surfaces to paint on than the like cheap, you know, super cheap canvas boards that you buy to try out or super cheap stretched canvases. Yeah, once I got off of those and started painting on better surfaces, it really helped a lot. But also because it's 11 by 14, it's so much paint. Yeah, it's not, it's not 5 by 7. So yes, you're going to use more paint. I can imagine that 11 by 14 feels giant when you're used to painting at like 3 by 4, inches. And yes, I'm teasing a little. All right, let's yeah. All right. Oh, that's wrong. Okay, there we go. And the last thing. Cassandra says also, this is bad time for me to be hungry, but here we are. Oh, there's a reason I'm snacking throughout the thing. Alrighty. I'm probably going to have to take a quick break at some point because, um, well, I mean, I don't really need a good reason to take a break, but mostly coffee. But also, taking a break from your painting is often a very good thing for the painting. Like it helps you see it better. Fresh eyes, that's why there's all those tricks to like refresh your eyes, but stepping away is a great quote unquote trick. In case anyone's wondering, yes, these colors are, I know, stronger than like, her real tones are. Um, I'm trying to get the value. I'm focused on getting the value right now, and having saturated, extra saturated colors just helps it pop more. And I will go in with more muted colors on top. But having those bright colors, uh, some of them will shine through a little bit, and they'll give the appearance of more of a glow to our skin. Also, I'll be honest, I don't know how much I can trust my monitor as far as like accurate skin tones and stuff like that. It's you never really know. All this stuff has gone through so much processing with TV, you know. Uh, uh, Shol Shola? Huh. Sorry if I'm getting that wrong. Just quickly popping. Have to go to sleep. Nice stream. I love the show. But hard to view any episodes. Have to find them on YouTube from time to time. Oh, absolutely. If you do have Amazon, depending on where you're at, Amazon Prime does have them in America at least. And I know you're probably not in America if you're going to bed right now, but just uh, maybe that can be helpful. But yeah, it's hard to find. I know. Lovely colors, quite ethereal at this point. Interesting to see what the final piece will look like. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I'll definitely share, the final online and everything. But thanks for popping in. I appreciate it. So we're at the 2 hours and 24 left. 2 hours and 24 left. If anybody would like to share where they're at in the next like 30 minutes roughly, I'll be happy to show it on stream, to do the little like this is where we're at midway point kind of thing. So yeah, if anyone feels like it, if anyone wants to. I know working from home and everything is not obviously the same as being on the show, but thought I'd mention it. A lot of times in oil paints, it's easier to just paint like a big section and then go back into it and paint the smaller bits inside of it. Like I'm talking about like the shadow on the side of the nose right there, or not shadow, the highlight. Oh, like a lot of times it's easier to just do the whole paint in the whole wing of the or whatever it's called of the nostril and then go back in with the highlight over that versus trying to paint like around the highlight that I already had there. One thing in general I want to avoid when doing portraits is I don't want to crank up the colors to the point where they like look like clowns. That's something to be aware of and cautious of. However, you can get away with a lot before that actually does happen. Especially if you're making everything like that, it just ends up looking more like a style than it does like you're making them look like clowns. Uh, Jennifer Balkin is a fantastic painter who I really love. And she paints with so much colors on people. In fact, recently she did a series of Posca pen, what's it called, portraits and paintings and stuff. And she used optical mixing, so she used all kinds of crazy colors, but she scribbles everything so they mix, so it mixes optically. But it means that people have like really vibrant purples and greens and all this stuff. Posca pens are these markers, so she's working with whatever colors they have. Um, and I'm not saying that they look realistic. They don't. But realistic and a good painting aren't the same thing necessarily, right? Like she made great paintings. All right, 1 second. I have to stretch my back. Stretched a little before, but I need a little more. All right, 2 hours and 16 minutes left, everyone. All righty. I am going to take a quick break, fill up on my drink. I will be right back. Like I said, if anyone wants to share what they've got done so far in the next like 15 minutes, please do that. Yeah, I will be right back. Alrighty. Let's see. Okay. So even though obviously the portrait is the most important part, the face, in the portrait, trying to get the values right on the rest of it are going to help put everything in the right perspective. So because we see things very much in a relative fashion when it comes to like colors and values and everything. So having things completely off can really skew our view of things. So I'm going to try and adjust some of those things, like the background and her shirt and stuff. Oh, we have a first drawing someone posted. Nice. Um, let's see. Okay, I did a first drawing already. That's impressive. All right. 1 second. Let me make sure that this will show properly. Let me just check. Okay, yeah, this kind of shows, right? Okay. So this is my Discord, and this is Ike's first drawing. Really good. Really, really good stuff there. Very impressive. And very quick, too. All right. So when you want to work fast in oils, the easiest thing to do is you want to cover things, large spaces and everything. Easiest thing to do is grab your palette knife. It is without a doubt the easiest way because you're gonna grab more paint. More paint covers more. I mean, I know it sounds very, very obvious, but yeah, it's something to keep in mind because it's so easy to kind of just fall into habits. And in fact, um, this is the palette knife I use most often. It's number 6 from Creative Mark. But I forget sometimes when I'm trying to go larger, it's better to just have a 33 from Blick. I don't know what these numbers correspond to, honestly. It's one of those things that just for them, I think. But yeah, bigger palette knife means more paint, makes everything quicker. This immediately puts everything into a different perspective as far as values go. Hospice says I gotta ask. Oh, I gotta AFK for a bit. No worries. Have to go out, but we'll be lurking. All right, no problem. Thanks for stopping by. Ixis, thanks. I'll try and do a couple of quick ones. Yeah, absolutely. You're lucky because you are so quick with it. You can do, because we're not actually on the show, you can actually do the different people. You don't have to stick to just the one. And that is too light. Need to go a bit darker on this one. I think Lost Pixel is trying to do something clever, but my chat probably isn't set up for it. So sorry. All right. That definitely changes the overall look of things. All right. Now I'm just gonna do her some of her like her shirt so that I have that in as well. I'm not actually going to do all the details of her outfit. I just want to get some of the values in. Ike says I'll draw the man instead because I don't have to worry about the hair. Fair enough. The hair is definitely a challenging aspect to things. We're at the 2 hour mark. That's halfway there. Everybody panic. I'm kidding, don't panic. But, we are halfway through. Then it says living on a prayer. You said we're halfway there and I couldn't help myself. Ah, funny. I get it. Took me a second. Yes. Clever, clever. Cassandra says her hair. Yes. What about it? Is it giving you a hard time? Oh, har har. Ah, I see. I said her, I misread that as her hair. Got it. Got it. Kendra said I'm going to be quiet in painting. Okay. Understandable. I don't know if it's because I'm at the end of this tube of yellow, but this yellow, I don't remember it being so like stiff and sticky. It just feels like the maybe all the oil separated and left earlier, and now it's a very dry paint. I really am not enjoying this yellow. Is feel like it's giving me a hard time. It's almost out. It's like the very end of the tube, so I'm looking forward to being done with this tube. Uh, uh, okay, I do not know how to pronounce that. Solat, maybe? Like a Z instead of an X? I'm sorry if I'm getting your name wrong. But Solat says, eating chocolate and watching. Thank you. Hey, no problem. Enjoy your chocolate. Love chocolate. What kind of chocolate do you like? I generally go for dark chocolate. Not like the darkest, like some people like 80%, and that sometimes is nice, but most of the time it's not. 75 is like a good spot, depending on the brand, of course, you know. I also like truffle, like dark truffles, like if they're, um, very rich, like those too. We're still eating through my cake. We bought a chocolate. It's a chocolate cake for my birthday. We're still working our way through that. No, just chocolate, say chocolate and quilts. I love painting. Okay, you love painting? Sorry if I'm as soon as I can't see the very end of your message because of the stupid heart thing in YouTube, but I'll see that if I misread that, I'll see it in a minute. But you said you love painting. Obviously, I love painting too. What kind of painting do you like to do? Have you been here before? Is this your first time? I'm bad with names, so I apologize if I don't remember your name. Um, but what kind of paintings do you paint? What kind of paintings do you paint? Watercolor and all chocolate. Got it. So, oh, I see. Your name, the X is instead of C, so chocolate quilts. I see. Sorry, I'm dyslexic. Sometimes some of those things just go over my head. I see it now. Watercolors. I used to love watercolors. I still love looking at watercolors, but I don't enjoy making watercolor paintings the way I used to. But when I first learned to paint, watercolors was the first medium I learned. So for a long time, it was the one that felt the most comfortable for me. I just messed up her lips, so I'm gonna mess it up more and then paint back into it. Des says, I've got a nap. I nodded off 3 times. Got a fever. Talk to you later. I have you tabbed up. Oh, thank you, Des. And I really hope you feel better. Take it easy. Do whatever you need to. No, there's no shortcuts on your health. So I hope you feel better. Chocolate Quilt says, first time, but soon I want to paint with real pure chocolate. Interesting. There's that guy, I follow that guy on Instagram who does all the sculptures with chocolate. It's like a chocolatier or whatever yeah. Cassandra says watercolor artists impress me so much. Yeah. Yeah, watercolors used to be my preferred medium, but then I went all digital and then a lot of things happened. And then I went back into, painting and got into oil paints. And when I did a watercolor painting a little while ago, I don't know, maybe a year ago, I don't remember, a couple months to a year ago, just wasn't it anymore. Like something just was different. It just didn't, yeah, it did not click the way it used to. Hey, Don Lee, welcome. Chocolate Quilt says, decade ago, there was a man on here. He did one painting in chocolate, none since then. Um, yeah, I don't know of any painters, but like I said, I know there's the sculptor. He does all kinds of really crazy stuff with chocolate, which is impressive. Um, I don't think he's on. I don't think he's on Twitch. I just think or YouTube. I think he's just like Instagram or what. It's on TV too a lot of times for different things. But yeah. I um I don't know if this is any interest to you, but I saw this video that I thought was really cool because they um they took this holographic looking paper, and I guess the holographic effect in the paper is actually it's not a paint, but it's actually a texture thing. So they took the holographic paper and then they made very shiny chocolate. And they put the paper, it's like a plastic sheet, film, and they put the chocolate on that to dry. And then when they took it off, it had transferred the texture to the chocolate, which made the chocolate have like a holographic um, look to it. But it wasn't a pigment or anything. It was just the texture on it. How are you doing, Don Lee? Don Lee, by the way, is a streamer friend of mine. He streams on Twitch. He's over in the Twitch chat at the moment. Yeah. Dunley says, love how your painting is coming along. Oh, thank you very much. We have an hour and 45 minutes left. So I gotta, get cracking on this. Normally, I would probably wait to do the eyes until later, but I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to try and get the eyes in now and then just, finish what I can kind of thing. Because there is a time limit after all. And I know I'm going to need some time for her hair for sure. Chocolate Quill says, every time I finish a watercolor, I swear I'm changing mediums. I mean, I think it's great to explore different mediums, but I also think it's okay to like find your medium and stick with it. But like I said, if you haven't explored, I would say and take the time, enjoy yourself, explore. You never know what you'll find. Um, but once and it's great to challenge yourself occasionally and everything. But yeah, also good. There's a knowledge and an understanding. So there's separate, ways of understanding things. Of course, there's like as an artist, there's a lot of conceptual things that you can understand, but how the medium acts and everything is a different type of knowledge and understanding. And there's surface level, and then there's like uh, an understanding that you get from years of experience. I think both are, very valid. So it's great to take the time and really dive into things too. Chocolate Quill says, I agree. Yeah, absolutely. All right, I'm gonna have to move this for a second. I try to record what I'm doing with a with my phone over here. It's like right in front of me for like a time lapse thing. But when I have to get there into the details, sometimes I need to move the phone out of the way. I'm going to try not to get my head in the shot too much. So in the photo reference, well, in the photo reference, in the screenshots I took, which are, obviously not the best quality in the world, um, there's no way that they would be. She has just straight up black eyes, like no color in them whatsoever. I'm assuming that's not the case. So I'm assuming she has very, very dark brown eyes because, as far as I know, that's the way that's the way it is. So, I will be putting in a little bit of variation to her eyes because I'm assuming that's the case. And I want to give him depth. I saw an interesting thing about brown, which is that it's essentially an anti-neon color. Because the way neon colors work on light spectrum is very specific and very, very interesting. But regardless, brown is essentially a dark desaturated uh, orange, essentially, for simplicity's sake. I'm not entirely sure that the colors, let's see, on the screen, I guess they're pretty accurate. It's hard to tell. One thing I'm trying to avoid is making final changes like very last second, um, very important changes very last second, because I always think like, what happens if I'm trying to get the last details in the very, very end of the time limit and I mess something up, then the mess up is in the final. So trying to avoid doing that. So eyelashes, I will probably leave most of that till the end because they do overlap with areas that I'm going to want to paint into. And that's just going to make more work for me if I have to like try and fix them and everything. The eyelashes can wait a little longer. And for the other eye, I'm definitely not going to be putting in as much detail on the other eye. We, as people, generally speaking, lack the ability to actually look at both eyes at the same time. And we have a very narrow plane of focus. We just don't realize that our eyes essentially dart around like crazy, and that's how everything seems to be in focus, when in reality, very little is in focus all at once. But yeah, there's also this thing I saw once that said that we are, I forget how much time it was out of the day because like my memory is so bad, but there's basically a certain percentage of the day that we are blind and we don't even realize it, because when our eyes shift from one place to another, um, to keep us from getting motion sickness, our eyes essentially stop working in that time. And it just, what we're actually seeing a lot of times is just made up by our brain so that we don't think we're losing sight, but we're actually essentially blind during that time. Um, you know, I think is interesting. Scary, but interesting. Because it's what's it called? Because there's so many lights from uh where this is shot, it's hard for me to tell exactly what the color of the, lights are, because I'm sure they have warm lights, cool lights, there's all kinds of things. There's a skylight, all that. But because this is warm up here, I'm going to make the highlights in our eyes warm regardless. And then for her other eye, sorry, I saw my head got in the shot. Trying to minimize that. It's hard. I actually am getting my squats in right now because in order to like get close to the canvas while keeping my head out of the when you see my head low like this, I'm just squatting. Basically, I'm doing a half squat. So we're down to an hour and a half, everybody. I hope everyone's doing well with their paintings or drawings. Like I said, I don't think every painting at all needs to be done this fast, but I do think there's something really beneficial to trying it and practicing it and giving it a go. Um, you learn what's important, you learn things that you are doing that are just a straight up waste of time a lot of times. It helps prioritize things too. Um, yeah, I think there's a lot of benefits to doing studies like this that are limited in time. Also, it reduces the pressure in a way, right? I mean, obviously not for me because I'm doing it on camera, but in general, it reduces the pressure because it's like if you don't do a good job, if it doesn't come out good, first of all, you didn't waste a ton of time, 4 hours, which is not nothing amount of time, but it's also not the most amount of time in the world. And then also, you know, you always have the fact that you did it quickly to blame on it. So I gotta make sure to put aside a little bit of time for her hair because it's such an important feature. Still gotta get her nose and lips in there too. So honestly, I would say one thing I'm doing that's probably not a good thing, and I would recommend anyone not follow my lead on this, is I think the brush I'm using is too small. It's starting to become the right size because I'm starting to get to the details. But up until now, probably should have used a slightly larger brush. But the larger brush that I currently have is a little too rough, and I didn't want to use it because I couldn't get in really tight. Now, don't get me wrong, I have better brushes. I should have gotten them ready for this, but I didn't. So, um, yeah, that's basically on me. I'm not trying to like not take responsibility. I do this all the time. I use my brushes and I run them into the ground until they're not really usable. Um, but yeah, so definitely larger brush would have been, I think, helpful. And I recommend using the largest brush that you generally can because it just helps unify things. Sometimes, though, we develop bad habits. This is one of mine. That's one of the things that ateliers, like they both have, it's an advantage and a disadvantage is they will teach you good habits. And if you have bad habits, hopefully they train those out of you. However, the habits that they do teach you then become really hard to break. So you better hope they're good ones that are going to serve you well, because otherwise it's going to be a pain in the ass. Cassandra says, never experienced that in my life. You know, it's hard to hear sarcasm through text usually. Yeah, I trying to think. I'm sure I got some bad habits from my school, but I definitely did. But not in oil painting specifically, just in general. Although I can't think of any off the top of my head. Other than my school didn't do a good job of teaching art history, so my art history knowledge is like trash. I know that's something I can learn on my own, but it's difficult to learn art history on your own. Um, Art history is so fascinating and boring at the same time. So it really depends on how it's taught and who's teaching. I would love to learn more art history though. I used to watch this channel, I think it's the what is it? Oh, it was a PBS show. I can't remember the name of it right now. Um, the Art Experience, I think it was. And they would do like bite-sized videos and get into the history of some things. I found it fascinating. But yeah, uh, it can be very difficult to find good resources on this that aren't very dry or like just a ton of reading, right? I'm not up for a ton of reading. I'm up for audiobooks. I'll listen to books, but I'm not up for a ton of reading. That's a little too yellow, I think. I'll have to add some red to that. Because her nose right now is a little too yellow. Her eyebrows completely wrong, but that is on not on purpose, but it's part of the process. I kind of hinted at this before because the hair is over the skin. I want to paint the hair over the skin so that I can, you know, get that effect. I'm going to try a little bit of trickery here. Using a frayed brush to help with that. But to be honest, not loving the effect that much. So. So I am exaggerating the shadow here, but I don't want to do it, I want to overdo it. So I'm going to lighten up a little bit. Because the reality is that the light isn't going to match, like, I'm not changing the source, like, I'm not changing where the highlights are, so I can't overdo it too much without it hitting that, like, that place where it just doesn't look right. I can, what's the word I'm looking for? Oh, that is absolutely in the wrong place. Okay, I can accentuate it to a degree, but if I overdo it, it'll start to look wrong. Because if the shadow on one side of the face is way too dark, but the light doesn't change the direction, it shouldn't be that dark. We know it shouldn't. We're so good at observing these things. However, she's in a studio and being blasted by light from a lot of different directions, so it's not 100% accurate either way. Photoshop has a filter that's supposed to change the lighting source. And in fact, there's an app that also does that. I think the app does a bit of a better job to a degree. Photoshop's light source modifier um, is great if you want to create horror images, which has its place in life. It's kind of funny. It's bad, but it's funny. So Yeah, there's too much you know, like too many elements to change lighting from on a 2D image. You have to think of all the 3D elements. If you have experience with that, you can do it sometimes. There's this thing that happens with illustration where illustration just always has this weird, like, it never looks like real. There's even when it looks real, there's a reason that it looks like an illustration versus like a portrait. There's just some uncanny valley aspect to things. Um, when you change too many things, when you try and composite too many things together, all those things. So something to keep in mind whenever you're trying to change things. It's a balancing act. Do too much and you start to lose the reality of the situation. Is what I meant. This brush is a little too rough, but for large sections like that, it's useful. Some of that needs to be toned down just a bit, so that's about to happen. There's a painter I like, but I will say, if I'm criticizing his stuff a little bit, everyone has a tendency to look just a little kind of wet or like oily, and that's something I want to avoid, although you want to get those highlights in, so it's definitely a challenge. to that feel. Not entirely. I'm not like trying to, you know, if I was trying to use that one, I'd just use that one. But I'm using that one to inform a little of what would be happening. Are you guys experiencing buffer issues? Not okay. I can't see anything, but I was getting a warning from YouTube, so I don't know what's going on. I'm gonna start what's it called? Resetting my modem and my computer and everything before I stream, which is kind of a hassle. I don't really want to have to do that every time I stream, but I might have to start. That is looking too strong, the jawline. Donnelly says, "Oh yeah, YouTube is acting up for me, I think." Ah, shoot. I'd say it's a YouTube problem, not you problem. Uh, Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Into Donley. We uh really do have to get to her hair though. It's like the next big thing I have to do. All right, let's get a little bit of her hair in at least. And then I have to go in and finish a lot of her face. Right now, her nose not looking great. Only says, no worries. I know you always get a free ride on the struggle bus when trying something new. All a part of the program. Plus, struggle is how arting gets done, in my opinion. Yeah. Oh, for sure. I think that might be as much of her hair as I'm going to be able to get in the given time. We'll see. There's some facial stuff, some structural stuff that I have to get to first. And we're down to 30 minutes, everybody. 30 minutes. All right. Uh, all righty. After I get the nose, I'm going to want to get the lips as well. Okay, that's not really accurate. There's way more of a nostril here. What is the name of the person you're painting? I do not remember. You're painting her too. It's in the Discord. I think it's Celeste, I think. Lost Pixel says Twitch keeps asking me to fill out ad surveys. It's never done that before. It's like in the last 2 days, it's every stream. Interesting. Do they give you anything for that? Like no ads or something for an extended time? Not that I've noticed. Yeah, it's well, that's BS. Alrighty, come on. Gotta get this nose. Noses definitely can be challenging. They're such a complex shape. I actually have a I think, pretty decent understanding of the shape, but it still can be hard to paint it. And that doesn't help it that it's usually a very small, like, you know, thing. So you have to get all this like nuance in a very small area. Hi, Justin. So, question to everybody. Should I take a quick break and pick up Dresden and maybe give myself an extra minute or two at the end? Or should I ignore him and keep painting? Everyone says, show us the cat. Yes, yes, of course. Alrighty. Dresden! Oh, baby boy! Oh, look at you! Oh, yeah. You're so pretty. Oh, thank you for the licks. Mm-hmm. Why are you licking my nose? What do you think, Tristan? Am I doing a good job? Hmm? Yes? No? Are you just here because you want dinner? Yeah? Nose not wet enough, not taking care of yourself, so the cat assists? Yeah. Mm-hmm. That's right. He loves his tail. Don't worry, Justin. That's just you. He's like staring at himself. Don't worry. That's just you in the monitor. Yeah. You're so dumb. Okay. Ah, alrighty. Alrighty. Let's get these on. Gloves on. Come on. Okay, that glove is not going on right now, that's for sure. All right. Uh, what's this, Donnelly? Should I look at it now or later? Okay, let's see. Let's see what this is. Oh, it's that. Yeah, that's funny. Okay, got it. Got it. It's a photoshopped image that Donnelly made a while ago. It's pretty funny of Dresden helping. All right, let's finish up the eye. Got to make it a little, open it up just a little bit. Because the other eye is also going to need that. Oh, my head keeps getting in the way. Sorry about that. How is everybody doing? Almost done? Because we have 5 minutes left. I hope everyone's almost done. Because we're really almost out of time. Lost Pixel says I'm done, lol. It doesn't count to be done if you didn't participate from the beginning, man. Smartass. Look, I just can't post it, okay? They don't make good enough camera to take a picture of what's in my head yet. Okay, okay. Fair enough, fair enough. Ike says I'm done. All right, cool. Well, I am not done yet, but I am going to take a few extra minutes because I picked up Dresden and did all of that. Lost Pixel says I'm doing a different kind of art. Fair, I know. Ike says I struggled with the likeness, but it was fun anyways. Yeah, that's my point. It's always fun, and it's always a learning experience, and it also tells you like areas you need to maybe work on if you're having a particularly tough time with something. It can, it can inform your next practice session. There's all kinds of benefits to doing stuff like this. And yeah, it's just a lot of fun overall, I think. All right, 50 seconds. Mouse Pixel is making sounds that I'm not entirely sure how I would make those sounds, but it's the time limits going off. Alrighty, and that is time. So time is up, everybody. If you participated, please share in the Discord so I can show your stuff to everybody. Remember, no pressure. This is for fun. Is this the best painting I've ever done? Not at all. But it was fun. I learned a bunch and so on. It's the Jeopardy theme that you were trying to do? Oh, okay. I misinterpreted it. In my head, I was thinking that what's it called? Kill Bill music. I don't even know how to make those sounds with my mouth, so I don't know. Des says you are still on. Yeah, we're done though. I'm giving myself an extra couple minutes because I picked up Dresden right as it was like right when I really didn't have the time to pick up Dresden. So I told everybody, I let the chat decide. Either they see Dresden and I give myself another couple minutes, or you call it, or I don't pick up Dresden. Of course, chat wanted to see him. But yeah, we're done. Like I said, everybody put your stuff in the Discord and I will be looking at it in just a minute. How you feeling, Des? Any better? I hope so. I know it's not going to be something that you get over like instantaneously anyway, so, but I hope you are feeling better. Now I have Tristan hairs. And last thing. There we go. All right, I'm calling it done. What? Is it my best painting? No. But, you know, it was a lot of fun. So here it is. Let me zoom in a little for you all so you can see a little bit better. Um, like it's hard for me to tell sometimes. I think this screen might be a little dark. Let me see. That was a little too red. I feel like that's too red as well. I don't know. It's really hard to tell. I think this is about as accurate as I'm going to get it at the moment. That says he's going to find 18 things he wants to change when he goes off air. Oh, 100%. And then work on it for 2 more days. We know this. I don't know about that part, but definitely I'm going to find a ton of things I want to change on it for sure. Absolutely. All right, let's see what everybody else did. Okay, cool. So let's go to Discord here. Here we have Ike. His first drawing that I showed earlier. Really well done. Really like this. And then another one. Very good. Very, very strong features. Really like it. This one feels a little more like a caricature. I'm not saying that it is, but I feel like the previous one was a little stronger as far as the likeness goes, but it's a really good drawing. The two aren't always related. So very good drawing. I think the likeness might have been slightly better in the previous one. Yeah, this one I think has better likeness. And then here we go, Cassandra. Fantastic job. You did great. I think you did a very good job with the colors. I think you got very, very close. I like that you did the shirt too. I would also like to remind everybody, this is acrylics, even though it looks like oils. These are acrylics. She does such a good job with her acrylics. Um, really, really nice. The only, well, actually, wait, this is not the same. Never mind. It's a different, you're using a different image. Okay. I was going to make a comment, but you're using an image that I almost used because I like the smile. I think you did a great job capturing the smile too. So I think you did great. Cassandra says that turned out great. I think she was talking about Ike's stuff, and then it was hard, but I'm glad I did it. Yeah, I'm really glad you did it too. I think it came out great. You did a fantastic job. So I think you all did a fantastic job. Really. Lostpixel says, yeah, it looks good. Yeah, I think so. And like I said, these are, even though it looks like oils, it's acrylics, and you did a great job, especially with the skin tone and everything. Yeah, good job. Super interesting surface. Behaved very differently. Oh, you're talking about the panel I gave you. Yeah, I'm sure. Her hair turned out so well on yours. Oh, thank you. This is this is what I would call like a shorthand for hair. You know, this isn't what I would do if I was taking my time and doing like a long portrait. I mean, I would take a lot more time to like really get in there, but when you're so limited on time, you kind of work towards learning like shorthand tools to do this. And I think that's one of those things that I've picked up over time. Um, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things I'd change on mine. I'd love to go back, take some more time, do a little more work on the mouth. I think I kind of lost her specific mouth shape towards the end. I mean, it's close, don't get me wrong, but just a little nuance to it. Um, you know, but Don Lee says mine is there too. Oh, okay, let's see Don Lee's. Alrighty, Discord. All right, this is Don Lee's. Don Lee is working in a new program that he's never used before, so always adds to the difficulty. You did a good job on getting the geometry and the structure right. I loved seeing your the lines that you put in to lay in everything. Yeah, the construction lines. I really like that. Yeah, it looks like chalk or pastels. Don Lee says her likeness is off for sure. Yeah, her likeness is off, but it if you were to take this to a finish, it might come back if you kept your construction lines, depending if they're accurate, because they look like they're close to being accurate. Yeah, it's got an oil pastel vibe. Cassandra says, yeah. But yeah, I can see that you were struggling with the program just by the coverage and the lack of coverage that you have, right? Like I can see areas where I'm sure you were trying to put in more color and you just weren't getting it. So I can easily see the areas that you were struggling with the program, which I'm sure just made it that much harder. Don Lee says, believe it or not, I used the oil brushes. Nah, I believe it, but that just makes me sure that you are struggling with the program even more. Don Lee says I came in late, so that didn't help. Well, yeah, definitely. If you don't have the time to work on it, it makes it even harder. But yeah, no, these don't even look like oil brushes necessarily. So I can totally see how you were having issues with it, with the program. So yeah. Alrighty. And it's 5:30. Um, this says, I can't remember. Are they wet or dry oil? Oh, you're talking about Rebel, the program. I don't know. Alrighty, everybody. Thank you, everyone, so much for participating. I love seeing everyone's work. I wish we could actually try out for the show. I would love to be on that show. I don't know that this piece would win, or get me to the next stage, if I'm being honest. But it's fun either way, and yeah, but I do wish I could get on that show. Ike says, thanks, Liad. Lost Pixel says, I almost posted a pic of the GUI in there as a giggle. That's funny. But yeah, thanks everybody. And at some point I'll probably do another one of these. They're a lot of fun, but we'll see what happens. Good. Ike says, good night, everybody. Good night, Ike. Have a good one. Yeah. All right, I'm gonna go crash after this too, because like trying to host and paint is definitely takes a lot out of me. So yeah, I'm gonna call it a day for stream. What else? I'll post a picture so you guys can see like what it really looks like, because as much as I try and calibrate this, it's not perfect. Yeah. Thanks for stream. Yeah, so tired, lol. Yeah. Good job, everyone. Yeah, everyone did a great job. And I don't know if I'll cut a video together like last time. Maybe. We'll see. If I have the time to do that. But yeah. Edit your posts on the Discord and add your Instagram tags so I can, if I do, share, I can add that. But yeah, have a good rest of your weekend, everybody. And that's all. Bye.